Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Public Art Committee for Thursday, April 25th, 2024. Will you please take roll call?
Committee Member Coldiron.
Here.
Committee Member Mooring.
Here.
Committee Member Belway.
Here.
Committee Member Diggs.
Here.
Committee Member Rizzo Simon.
Here.
Chair Smith.
And today we acknowledge that our City of Petaluma committee work involves the unceded land that is the ancestral homelands of the Coast Miwok people. We would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to those who stewarded and continue to steward this land. We pay our respects to the past, present, and emerging elders and citizens of the Coast Miwok and invite them to participate in this committee's community work. Here.
Thank you, Christopher.
Now we'll open general public comment, where the public is invited to make comments on items that are of public interest and within this committee's subject matter jurisdiction that are not listed on the current agenda. I don't think anyone's going to make public comment in the room tonight, so were there any comments submitted ahead of time?
We received no general public comments prior to this meeting.
Okay, thank you. With that, then we'll close general public comment and move on to agenda item 1 for the evening, which is the approval of minutes. If any committee members have amendments to the minutes, please speak up. Okay, with no amendments proposed, the minutes are approved. We'll move on to agenda item 2, which is the public art program opportunities. This is continued from our last meeting, and it's really about the program's current status, the characteristics of a highly successful public art program, and opportunities for engagement, collaboration, and partnership. It'll be presented by our public art specialist, Melissa Abercrombie. And before she, just as an outline, she will present, we will ask clarifying questions, then we'll open it to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the committee for discussion.
Thank you. It'll just be 1 minute. Cue it up. Good evening, Public Art Committee members. It's nice to have you all in attendance tonight so we can have a robust continuation of this agenda item. Our presentation was presented on March 28th of 2024. It's available on the City Council's website under past agendas and meetings. You can select the agenda item number and the video will be available on the side, so you can catch up. I'm going to give a little quick, brief run through of what we discussed at the last meeting. We are discussing the public art program opportunities. We started with a discussion about the public art history and all of our successes over time. And at that time, I also reminded the committee of other projects outside of our purview that we had taken the responsibility on, including dealing with Red Teepee and the insurance settlement on Homestretch when it was hit by a car in Lakeville, and how many times our committee has stepped in when there was a need to help make a project better or to address some kind of cleanup on an item. There was quite a list, so you can see that list in our agenda packet. We talk a little bit about how in lieu fees bolster the program, how part-time staff has been hired to manage the program, how projects and experiences have varied and they've informed us of how we should handle them in the future. We've talked about the type of grant funding we do, the variety of ways we approach art, sometimes by acquisition, sometimes by a project that's stalled being brought to us, so we follow through on it to bring it to the community, like the Magnificent mural. The Women in Science mural is also a version of that. We've kind of, as a group, decided to step in to help complete projects that would better our community. We also provide advice to applicants who have decided to do their own public art programming on their site. And so while they may not spend money directly on art through public art program, we do provide staff support to advise them in the beginning, and that can take public art funds. Our program has really focused on acquisition opportunities lately. We found the opportunity with the Mary Fuller McChesney collection to acquire pieces at below market rate to help provide opportunities to bring art to the community. We've been increasing partnership opportunities with other programs to help make our program better and their program better. A great example of that right now is the Kenilworth project. It's the first time we're partnering with Parks, and we're hoping to find a way to bring public art to a site in partnership with a project that's already being envisioned. Here's a list of recent successes just from 2022 and 2023. And here's our program spending. So in our master plan, we called for a program that spends 25% on admin, 10% on maintenance, and acquisition 65%. What we've actually found over the lifetime of our program that we've been following the budget, so this is since 2015, that administration takes up 47% of the budget, maintenance takes up 7%, and acquisition and committed funds takes up 46% of the budget. So our ideal, as defined in the master plan, is very different than the reality. And that has been consistent over the life of the project, of the program, I apologize. Across a lot of projects, there's only been a number of projects where staff time was limited, and it really was like the swim center mural where there was just lack of need. Even our community art grants, which should be programs that we hand off the opportunity and the funding, have come in and needed staff support. So we're really trying to figure out, how do we hit a goal like this, or is that goal not a realistic number for us? Here is a fiscal summary by fourth quarter of years 2014 through 2023. What I wanted to demonstrate here is every number that's in the white is a surplus budget year. Every number in the red is a negative one. It really depends on what project applicants have approvals and pay into the 1% fund. It also is it's reflective of that opportunity where an applicant can decide to do their own project. So that fund would not go into our fund, even though it would need some staff support and presentation at a public art committee meeting. So things like that can throw off us hitting that 25%. I also want to point out that in years 2022 and 23, both years we had negative numbers. So never in our history have we had that. So it just shows we've had some delays in when our funding's coming in. And we've been operating a little bit under the guise that we were supposed to be receiving some funds from LabCon and a couple other projects. So in our most recent quarterly reports, we would see like the potential of $1 million. But if things aren't built, it's not a number we can count on. We started our discussion last month and talked about what do we do? Because realistically, it's not sustainable to spend money when we don't have money. And we have to be able to care for what we have. So we're taking a realistic step back right now and thinking of the ways that we can find funds and means from beyond what we've used to date. I want to comment that for Kenilworth, where we're hitting a funding gap for the public art, we are writing a grant right now for a program that really is describing exactly what we need. It's a parks grant that's for a local park. And so we're looking for opportunities that we didn't necessarily rely on before, because we have to get a little creative. And I know each and every one of you has the ability to think that way. And with that, we will learn how to leverage the committee's creativity, the resources, community engagement, and partnerships to add value and richness to the public art program. And I want to also point out that we are currently working to build other types of programming where we can partner with potentially the Art Center or somewhere from beyond, so that we can fundraise for certain needs we have and help get some projects over the installation mark. Because right now we have quite a few projects that are committed that we'd like to bring to fruition within our community. specifically the 14 Mary Fuller McChesney pieces and the 3 pieces that are decided. We had bought one recently for David Best River Arch. We want to bring some projects that have great opportunity and value to the community to fruition. So with that being said, I'd love to continue our conversation where it left last month, and I'm so glad that there's more of us here to even have this discussion. So thank you for prioritizing this.
Thank you, Melissa. Who has clarifying questions on what you just heard?
Is LabCon no longer moving forward?
At this time, we have to wait and find out, but from what it's looking at right now, we can't rely on that. We just it would probably, if it is happening, it's going to be a ways out that won't immediately affect us. So we have to think of a way to navigate with what we know now.
And that was the largest source of funds that we were expecting. Were we expecting any smaller amounts?
Well, EKN is a pretty similar fund, if not larger. There's a retail project that's on Petaluma Boulevard North. So I don't know if you can, I had it in the materials packet. There should be a little bit about opportunities, which come in at about $900,000, but people apply for opportunities all the time. And I know a permit application came in just this week that would hit the trigger. So it's just seeing if that actually comes to fruition, and it's really hard to count on it when there's still approvals, and we have to kind of see what comes to us. But a really powerful comment came out last month, which was from committee member Diggs, I should say Vice Chair Diggs, that our job wasn't to hold on to money. It was to create art opportunities, and to the best of our ability, we did that. We've stepped in at every place we could to push for projects and advocate for them. It wasn't just staff doing it. It was an incredible amount of volunteerism from the committee. And so I don't see this as a net negative for us right now to be having this conversation. It's kind of opening the door for how do we do it different? How do we adapt to the times and not just rely on development funds? Like, how do we look within ourselves to find those opportunities in our community and coalition build to get there?
Actually leads me to a follow-up question. The ordinance is quite specific of how we obtain funds through development and renovations. Are we allowed to solicit funds from existing businesses just as donations?
Not at this time. I have met with Catherine Greger, who had been an applicant for the Public Art Committee last round and ended up having some other commitments she had to do. She has offered to advise the Public Art Committee on a redraft of the ordinance to be a little creative. But at this time, there is not staff time available to pursue that. I'm working outside of staff time to see if we can really get some research and development for that. She had helped develop the public art ordinance for the city of Austin and Laredo. And Laredo was a really interesting one because I felt like there was a lot of elements to it that really spoke to Petalumas. So I would offer you all to take a look at what other communities are doing. There's a lot of suggestions in there. Sometimes it's a portion of TOT funds. Sometimes it's it's other avenues of maybe establishing a nonprofit. I mean, these are all things I'm not sure we want to do right now, but it's a conversation about how, with what we have, do we look at this time as an opportunity? And we have so much in the hopper that it's pretty amazing how much we could accomplish artistically this year, and stay on that positive note, because really around the corner could be funding. And I don't think it's not uncommon for that to happen in our history. We just have to kind of be patient with where we're at right now. And I'm sorry that it feels like a challenge, but I think we can all rise to it and try to find a way to continue placing art here. I think we've done it really scrappy at times when we needed to. Like the Women in Science mural cost us nothing but the staff time to install it. It's like identifying opportunities and being ready to receive them.
I'd be really interested to see the Laredo ordinance that she drafted to gather some ideas.
Yeah, I'm happy to forward it to the committee. I took a read through it and I thought it was pretty uplifting, and just seeing how other communities do it. How do they find a means? And how do they fund staff to help them, support them? Because I've come to the realization that a lot of this job for David and now for me is a bit of project management, which I don't think was the idea initially, but I think, we have to consider that sometimes somebody needs to step in when something's not going in the right direction. Or if it is, just to advocate and support it through. It takes a lot of communication and direction.
Kevin, are you done? Okay, I have a clarifying question of your clarifying question, your original question, which I first understood it to be inquiring about whether we are permitted to ask to fundraise from, say, private businesses in the community. Is that what you meant to ask, or did you?
More broadly, just if we're restricted to gathering funds by as it's defined in the ordinance.
Okay, solely by how it's
Correct, yes.
Okay, so did you answer that question?
Yes, I said no, not
So
at this time. We don't have an ordinance that supports the fundraising.
So you're saying that if a citizen decided to make a gift to the Public Art Committee, we could not accept it?
No, we have established in the past the opportunity to receive art. We've just never been offered the gift of money. I'm sure we could find a way to receive it. I just have no precedent for it, so I'd have to check with legal and with the city and make sure that that's something we can do. I'm sure who would not accept money, but in the past we've just never had that opportunity. So I feel like it just would require some research of me to see how that would be handled, and I would welcome that if somebody wanted to do that. And we have had the precedent of receiving art as a gift and the opportunity to.
So you would welcome, when you say that, meaning the donation or someone to look into the ability
Well, I will
to
look
donate?
into it.
Okay.
And if that opportunity ever presented itself, I would love to know that we had the ability to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for asking that question. That was on my list of possible revenue sources, is simply philanthropy. Okay.
And then I have a question on both of those things. If we were compelled to rewrite the ordinance or amend it, how and when would we do that? Do you know that, or is that something you would follow up on?
I would
know
have
the
to follow.
framework is
That's not something
coming
I've
up.
prepared for this discussion,
Yeah, okay.
so I'd really have to look into it, and I can
Because-
report at the next meeting how realistic that is. I really am grateful for the opportunity to work with Catherine and that she would be willing to do this in support of our program. But at this time, it's hard for me to provide comment because I haven't prepared research for that.
Because that might be the only way that we can accept private donation, is if the wording is somehow retooled, which seems very specific, but
I mean,
necessary.
we found ways within our ordinance to receive the gift of Rory Keller's gift
Right.
from Marco Cochran's sculpture, A Truth is Beauty. And so I know within our current ordinance, we've found a way to make it work in the past. I don't know the exact specifications of how we would do that at this time.
Yeah, if you could just when you track that down, just note a for-profit business making a donation is very different from a private, collector. So that
Yes.
would be the one sticking point.
Okay. Of course. Are there any other clarifying questions of me? Okay. I will now sit down and I can help facilitate from there. Thank you.
All right. I trust the rest of the committee members have spent a good deal of time looking at what the staff report says, and unless you have specific suggestions on how you'd like to handle this, I think that going through that staff report, at least by the sections, and focusing our discussion around the different sections of that might be useful. Okay.
I think that that's a thoughtful approach, and then just make sure that everybody has the opportunity to comment on those sections if they want to. Okay. Would you like me to go through the sections and direct the conversation, or would you like
Oh,
to
no.
lead that?
I think
Okay.
the committee can, I think that hopefully the committee can handle this by ourselves, and then with your support.
I'm here.
All right. Or Melissa,
Yes.
you're the author of this, right? And
Yes.
you have, if you think you can, why don't you go ahead, draw up what you think, maybe starting with the section, the first set of bullet points under public art program successes, okay? So we can recognize where we've been, okay, and what we've accomplished.
Okay. Well, I had pointed out that we've had substantial budgets. We've done commissions with substantial budgets like Fine Balance or the River Arch. We've also done really small scale pieces like how I discussed the Women in Science mural. All the while we've been kind of following the master plan and trying to like touch different locations in town that were underutilized or hadn't had the influence of art in that area. We've tried to add vibrancy to our selections of locations, like we've tried to build connectivity, take principles of the general plan, like creating a scenic gateway into downtown. We looked at putting a mural on the east side, explored every location and kind of had a challenging time and ultimately chose the swim center, and it became this kind of gateway into downtown. And on a really positive note, it's not been vandalized at all. And it's pretty wonderful because that wasn't the case before. And so we found that our investment has often made an area feel more valued. And do you want me to continue?
Yeah, maybe keep hitting the high points and move through this section fairly quickly until we get to the actual discussion stuff.
Okay, so we
Thanks.
did the Black Lives Matter mural, which we rolled out really quickly, and we inspired and initiated community-based projects. We've established art programs, which, like the Magnificent mural, we did programming at Butter and Eggs built around that. We sponsored Listening Builds Community, the Bus Shelter Mural Project. You know, there's all these things that we've partnered on that have not been the traditional public art, but they definitely were within the purview of our master plan. We now have the Woven Stories project coming up, and we're creating these small artwork commissions that are going to have a big impact at like Kenilworth Junior High. Now we have the students working on having an event once it's a ribbon cutting ceremony. So I feel like the investment goes beyond just the artwork. It often helps lead to celebration and pride within a community or neighborhood. At this point, we're seeking to better reflect the community and its goals. So we're looking for opportunities where we can with the Mary Fuller McChesney pieces. We're also looking for partnerships with potentially the Petaluma Arts Center so that we can find a nonprofit partner to write grants with, because a lot of times it requires a nonprofit partner. We've done outreach to identify locations, and with the Petaluma fire departments, we found out that like Jeff Schuch and like the fire departments are doing some improvements, and that when they do improvements, they're going to be thinking with public art in mind so that we can have prepared spaces. We're working with Safe Streets to talk about the asphalt art projects. We're working with the Historical Museum and Petaluma Library, contributing to conversations about the history markers programs that they'd like to start to honor the history of Petaluma and citizens that have contributed to the richness found here. There's some challenges that we've had over time, and those are really hard to take. Like it's delays in project, having to move locations, potential legal challenges. We had situations like the Keller Street Garage where the artist had a conflict and we had to revisit it and work it out and then get a project going where it's not necessarily hitting timelines, but it did hit budget goals.
I will step in just for a moment. I think this is really instructive to hear this and to really reflect on it, and because these are the things that make those staff hours, to a great extent, that we saw from what we expected to put the public art fund to what we actually put the public art fund to, makes those happen. So if we can figure out ways of avoiding these challenges going forward, I think we will have accomplished a lot.
And the River Arch is another example. Well, it's probably one of our biggest successes as a project. We also had to go through the quarantine with it, and the artist was sick for a period of time that delayed the project, so things kept stalling with no problem from our side. It was just the nature of life at that time and what happens in people's lives that we could have not predicted in any way. And so that was kind of challenging. We had unanticipated staff resources at times. Listing Builds Community, while that was a grant, it was just really hard for them to fulfill the grant with what was available from the city for Helen Putnam Plaza. They could not get the stage that they had wanted to do. They could not identify a bathroom nearby that could help facilitate a large community response there to the programming. They did a great job with what they could do, but I think David had to really put a lot of effort into responding to that and coordinating. Obviously, with Find Balance, that project has had, there's 3 lives to that project, which is really hard to communicate to the public. There's the first life of it, where it was a project-specific call for submissions. So on Water Street, they wanted a work of art. There were many applications, and ultimately the city decided not to use any of them. Then there was a call again, and it was, I wasn't here at that time, but from Christopher might be able to speak more to that event, or was it slightly before you? For the original call for submissions for Water Street.
The original call was right before me.
Okay.
The one that yielded Ryan Goggin and David Best was during
The
my
second
time.
one. Yeah, that was the second one. So keep that in mind. In 2017 is the second round of that. And that's when Brian Goggin was selected. And so there was obviously some uproar about the location. There's a lot of need for just responding to a multitude of emails and responses. And so we had to have extra meetings, extra outreach. It went to city council. There was an option of maybe doing an EIR for it to exist. The Public Art Committee opted not to do an EIR when it came in. I think it was going to be like an additional $100,000. We really managed the budget and decided that, no, we're not going to expend that. We're going to look for a new location. And so at that time, it was a volunteer effort of subcommittee members that Chris and I went and searched sites throughout the city. And we explored no less than probably 12 originally, and then worked down to 3, and then ultimately found that because of the utilities on the site, the location, the proximity to everything that anybody had ever discussed or complained about went within our thinking when we selected the current site. We went and looked for something that would actually better a location and make it like reasonable for the community within what had been identified as concerns. And so that was when we entered the 3rd phase of Find Balance, which is Find Balance at H Street Pocket Park. So that project now has had 3 waves. So it was totally unanticipated. We navigated it to the best of our ability when you consider that the only continuity at this time that reflects that time really is Chris throughout the length of this project. And I'm grateful for his direction and, you know, his honesty with the process. And I feel like we're in a really good place now to complete this project early summer to midsummer. And I'm grateful that everybody's really risen to the occasion as volunteers beyond staff time, because that's one note that's not reflected when we talk about a budget or the opportunities, is the fact that like hundreds, if not thousands of hours of staff time goes into it, or not staff time, what am I saying, of volunteer time is going into these projects, and it's an unaccounted value that isn't seen by the public and isn't captured by a budget. So I'd like that to be considered also when you think about these items and these unanticipated resource needs.
So can I thank you for that?
Yeah.
And then and if we move on to the discussion,
Yeah.
we have, I think as a group, we can take each of these sections, and if you have something to say, have something to add, let's not have it necessarily a freewheeling discussion, but let's feel free to not hold back.
And I would
Okay?
like to point out that these were talking points that I compiled. They are just ideas I came up with, to get the discussion going. I really want to hear from you all what you feel is right, because I'd like to think beyond my thinking, that you have some ideas with the knowledge you've gleaned from your experience so far, what should be done. So I'd like to not just take these talking points, but I'd like to hear what beyond them. If there's something you like of them, great, but I really feel that like these were designed to incite a conversation if there was a need. But I really want to hear from you guys. I think you all have such valuable backgrounds that are important to this conversation, and I would like to see them reflected.
I think we want to hear from one another too. So, so this is really about alternate funding sources. Any consideration to what possible alternate funding sources are out there?
I have some input. First of all, thank you for this. This is great. It's good that we have a little window of time where we can actually look at this. And one of the things that I think is, there's always going to be a variable in terms of staff time with every project. Every project is going to be different. That's just the nature of this business of art. I think it's important to notice that the actual staff time over the past, 5 years that is documented here is radically different from what was planned. And I feel like that's time that is legitimate and needed. I don't see that we can compress staff time farther down. I'd like to recommend, and I don't know how we go about doing this, that there's a base level in our budget that we can't go beneath to guarantee that we will have staff, down the road. Because it doesn't serve us well to spend all of our money on acquisition and not be able to pay staff. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know what threshold that would be, but I think that's something we could all really think about. And as we've already discussed, more task work from the subcommittees can offset staff time in the field, but staff's always going to have to deal with the inefficiencies of government. So that's will always be on you, Melissa. But we need to be the foot soldiers who can visit the sites and visit the artists and take some of the on the ground work out of your purview.
This kind of just goes on, it's a new topic, but my idea for funding is not so much for dollars, but to go after the low-hanging, for lack of a better term, low-hanging fruit. And we had such success with the Women in Science mural. You said it's easy to put up. And I also don't know how difficult it would be to solicit donations from for-profit businesses that are not money. Perhaps it's a wall or it's just a space on their wall. I'm thinking of American Alleyway and just how much possibility there is in there. And I know it's surrounded by privately owned areas. And if those companies could just donate a 10 by 10 square on the back of their building and maybe even put a little plaque there sponsored by this company, I think that's just an alternative source of funding that this committee can work with and give to the community that's not dollar funded and really doesn't take a lot of legwork to jump through hoops with the city. So I think there's just alternatives than dollars.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Anne.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on that. I was going to bring this up later, but various cities have incredible alley mural walks that actually bring in revenue. And if we could beef that up, we have those 2 alleys, American and Telephone or whatever they're called, which, the ends are painted and whatnot. There's murals on that are amazing. And if we could somehow create a drive or an opportunity to really enhance that, I think that the community and neighboring communities would appreciate it and make use of it and bring visitors to Petaluma just to walk it.
Yeah, it's right. It's central downtown. It's surrounded by a beautiful downtown. It's kind of a dilapidated little alleyway. It's kind of just out of place right now.
And there is the remnants of the artwork from the O Positive Festival. It's still like the Migra mural is so beautiful and it's still there. And there's a lot of guerrilla work that's gone in. I don't know if anybody's seen Johnny Hirschmogel's mural that's come in behind the workspace, but there are a number of murals that have just recently been done. And I think they've been a coordinated effort with the building owners and the artists. So there is some there. We still were doing the cleanup and improvements on the Keller Street parking garage. So you'll notice it's actually been cleaned a lot lately. And there's things that we're doing that I think that'll reconnect it to that network. Because I think we're more than halfway there on our alleys in a lot of ways. It's just cleaning them up. And we now have a partnership with Rebuilding Together to do graffiti abatement and clean up downtown. That's why you've noticed a lot of things have been painted over and cleaned up lately if you walk around, and it's putting that effort into maintaining it. Because sometimes we have nice things and they just get deteriorated. because there's not a bathroom nearby or not anything, people just.
So I'm going to challenge myself by saying this, but let's stay on topic. This is about fundraising. This is about alternate sources of revenue for this committee. That is one of them, right? But keep it high level, add what you can. And I say I'm going to challenge myself because my notes are all over the place. So I'm going to be coming in and going out of this thing. But does anyone have any experience grant writing? Does anyone have any friends?
Yes, I'm a professional fundraiser.
Okay, let's hear.
Ding,
Yeah,
ding, ding.
let's hear from committee member Belway.
The sponsorship, just really quick, the sponsorship of a business giving a wall to be painted, it benefits them. They do it all the time. Marin is really big on that. Alleyways, especially, the business owner benefits 100%. And I think that multiple people would be willing to do that here. I think that's an easy thing. There are lots of grants for art. I mean, there's a grant site that you can just look through and plug, art for public spaces, whatever it is, and you can find grants. There's a lot of different ways to do that. And what she was saying about potentially partnering with a nonprofit in Petaluma, like the Art Center or the museum. I'm on the board of the museum, and that museum is city owned. So that would be, it's a nonprofit, but it's also city owned. So the collaboration would be a lot easier than a different nonprofit, and they desperately need to partner with someone anyway, just to sort of get the museum thriving and get, the history of Petaluma more out there. And art is a big way that we've been discussing doing that. So I think there's a lot of potential doing grants with them. David Rabbit is really good on small grants for public entities, and he's very generous with that. So if that's someone that we could write a grant to and potentially get something. So there are government officials like that who do grants for things like public art and whatever it is that you need to do.
They help facilitate or connect community organizations to potential grants. Is that what you're saying?
They'll give you a grant. Like David Rabbit's office gave the museum a grant for me to do, whatever we want with it. You can get grants from the supervisors, from things like that you can apply for them and they're there.
I'm wondering where that money comes from ultimately. But I guess my question was like, who do we compete with? Because there are other arts organizations out there. Do we compete with other cities in the county that have public art ordinances?
It's whatever we are, we're competing with people at the same, pool of whatever it is that we're doing.
I would like to point out that we're in a unique position where we have quite a few projects midstream. So we've already demonstrated a committed fund. Like all we need is something to get us over the hump. And a lot of these grants require that you have actually invested in like coming up with a plan that's executable, and you could have a calendar and like just give an actual number of what it takes. And we're in a unique position where we have about 4 opportunities like that. And so I think it's not unrealistic to think that we have actually a hand above. We're not starting out with something that's not demonstrated that we've already put funds and staff time into it.
So down the road, I was going to make a suggestion. I mean, overall, the reference to trying to save staff time is I think runs throughout a lot of my suggestions. And I do think we don't necessarily need to cut staff time or compress it, but we can sidestep it somehow, I think, by some smart maneuvers. And when it comes to, lost my train of thought on that one. It's about spreading the costs out over different organizations within the city, right? And different organizations outside of the city. And in this case, we're trying to get revenue sources from outside the city. And in order to do that, in order to write grants, you'd have to have someone do that. And right now, I think we're set up that would fall to one person, right? That would fall to staff, which is sort of counterproductive, right? If we start committing staff's time to requesting money from outside and she strikes out, then, we're not getting that back. But if she has support, and I think that this committee might be able to give support, we might get a lot further down the road, particularly if we have, some people with expertise or some people with genuine interest in that. So my suggestion was going to be creating a subcommittee that was really about development, is about grant writing, and about looking at private businesses and looking at philanthropists, because there people exist who like to see artwork out in the community, and it's a matter of identifying them, doing the homework. And so, and I think the beauty of a subcommittee like this is it can actually operate fairly independently in the background without a lot of staff oversight. So I think we can actually get something done. Okay? But I think it comes down to the personalities who are willing to go for it. Something.
I'd be willing to be on that committee.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's and maybe going forward, new members of the committee who term on in the next few months would be. We might have someone with special interests or special abilities in that area. Okay.
So I will add a development subcommittee to our subcommittee roster, and Jenny Bellway is on it. We have room for one other if anybody else would like to be involved at this point. I know a lot of you are pretty extended.
Yeah, and I just sprang that.
Okay.
So
No, but it's a
give it some
consideration.
thought. But wonderful that you're interested. Okay. Are there other suggestions about ways of partnering with other organizations, about creating new revenue streams, or potentially economizing and making our dollars go further? Okay.
One thing about staff time for things that need cleaning, murals or whatever than that, we could always partner with someone like Downtown Street Teams. That's volunteer work that then cleans up, graffiti or a piece of art or whatever it is. And they're always looking for projects to have, the people that they're trying to find work for to do. So I know people who work there and they're always looking for projects, and they've done really well other places. In Rin, they're very well liked. Petaluma, there's been some bumps in the road with them. So giving them opportunity to plug into something that's, connected to the city would probably be really beneficial to them anyway. And it's a lot less staff time right there. So that is one possibility.
Great. Could you address that?
Yes, we have a new contract with Rebuilding Together that they are doing graffiti abatement and cleanup. And like with the Keller Street Garage mural, it has a protectant coating on it. And so it's really important that it's clean with the material that works with that. So it's kind of a little more specified what it needs, what it's required to clean it. But we are doing that, and that's covered by improvement funds and Rebuilding Together. So that's actually been really helpful.
So you're saying that our new agreement, the public art collection in the city, some of it is being maintained by an organization that's not drawing from the public art fund.
Yes, on the Kenilworth parking garage. Since I've been involved in this role, I have tried to identify partnerships where Rebuilding Together is going to be helpful and find balance doing the site cleanup at the end and establishing the new layer of grounds cover. And so we are working to really identify where there's opportunities to tie our funds into other existing projects. Like if somebody's pouring concrete, if somebody's doing an improvement, we'd like to know so we can start installing work there. If there's a pad being poured, maybe it's a place for sculpture. We're looking for opportunity within the opportunities that are already being taken throughout the community. So it's a lot of listening, being at meetings, paying attention to other committees' meetings, and knowing what's on the agenda. So if there's a new roundabout coming in, we know so that we could potentially install art there. If they're already pouring concrete, if there's already going to be some kind of improvement at a site and we have an opportunity that we've identified, we're ready for it. That'd be wonderful. Yeah, anything, some things just happen. It's frustrating, but the permits, when we do have to pull permits, it's to directly pay for the staff time that deals with the permit. It's been challenging to have I had thoughts when I was in your position, and I'm seeing how a lot of it works, and it's the reality that somebody has to get paid to review the permits, and that's the way it's funded. And it's been interesting, but I really think that we are in a position right now that there's a lot of activity on certain projects, and it's the right time for us to intervene and look to be a partner on them.
So did you have anything more about any more suggestions about maintenance and about savings there? Okay. So one thing I'd like to do on maintenance is it's actually come in less than when the ordinance was projected, and it was 10% versus 7%. Now, to get that 7%, you must have done some math to find out what the expenses were. Okay, I'd love to see that, because there were a few outlier projects that really were pretty expensive, surprisingly so.
Like cherry soda? Or?
Yeah. But that was a restoration, so it was understandable that it costs a whole lot more than just wiping something down. But even getting to 7% of all of the revenue that's come in and has gone out is kind of a remarkable amount. So I'd be curious to see that.
I'd like to recommend to the committee that one of the talking points that's not included here are the choices we make towards certain types of art and how much different they cost to restore, and how much different they are for needing to pull permits or needing to, have encroachment permits for installation. I'd like it if you guys included in your conversation what types of projects work well for our budget and staff time, and what types of projects seem to drain more than we would expect. Because I think it will help us know how to set, when we do have funds that are more flush and we set grant cycles, we have a different set of expectations and a different consideration. Because in the past, we've identified sites and we've identified areas that we might want something, but we haven't always really reflected the true cost now with this known data. Because there's something wonderful out of this, is that we can really look at the numbers and see what's cost us, what's been challenging. Because right now, when we're thinking tight, it can inform us about what we do next.
So, Melissa, I'm guessing that the murals take less and all the other statues and things take more? Or can you clarify
I'm sure Christopher
that?
can speak to this also in your experience, but Kenilworth Garage did have a delay with the artist conflict. But really, the murals that we've done, Magnificent Mural was kind of just supporting them through the review for historic.
Are you asking about maintenance, or are you asking about just the staff time on the projects?
Well, Melissa said certain projects, certain types take less time and money versus other types taking more, and that we should look at the types that we're looking at. So I'm just thinking, is it that murals overall usually take less versus the other types of projects where we're pulling the permits and that kind of thing?
I mean, every mural we've done has, once it's been the contract's complete and the plan is approved, they've all come in under time and at budget for the project.
Yeah. At the same time, Committee Member Meringue's suggestion about American Alley is, if we were to go down that route, I'd be frightened to think about what would be involved in that based on the historic review of all of those facades back there. Maybe it's a lot easier than I think, but it's daunting to imagine. But something you would expect to be pretty easy, and it is easy in other municipalities, in this part of this town, might be difficult. So I think that's a way of saying it's hard to tell what type of a project would be more cost effective or more streamlined.
I mean, we could talk to Rhonda Black, who led the O Positive Festival, and ask her what her experience was with permitting at that time, because it seemed to kind of happen pretty quickly, and it's a lot of different types of buildings and a lot of different types of treatments to buildings and a lot of different types of murals went up. It was, I think, a dozen murals at that time when the festival took place. So she's somebody who's really accessible and really enjoys talking about her arts background, so it's easy to reach out to her.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. Also, we should look at, I know we've sort of listed the next sites that we want to improve, and I know that the overpass is on that list, and I'm sure that's going to be a whopper of a job. So maybe that one gets, pushed down a little bit, and we make more space for murals and things that are a little more turnkey.
Well, we had discussed it at a point. I think I brought some information back to you all that I'd reviewed, what levels of Caltrans review it required. But the other thing that's pretty interesting is these Clean California grants that were designed for our roadways. Those were incredibly sizable. They did 2 rounds of them, and if there's any funding left from this most recent round, they will reopen it. So I'm looking at that, and there were a lot of murals that were done on the highways and stuff. I just think we probably shouldn't consider that till an opportunity like that presents itself. Because working within the organization to help create a project is a lot different than bringing it from outside their grant funding.
Okay, anything in the realm of nonprofit partnerships beyond what we've discussed, potentially the public arts, or the Petaluma Arts Center, or Rebuilding Together, helping out with the maintenance of some of the pieces? Any other specific suggestions for this community?
Life in Art is here also, and they do some really great stuff, so they would potentially be a good partner.
The name?
Life in Art, isn't that what it's?
Life on Earth Art?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, they have some great programming out of there right now. I'm not sure about what kind of fundraising partnership we can do with them, but I think that'd be really cool. Chris and I attended an event there a couple of weeks ago, and I'd say that it would be cool to tap into those events for committee members, because it's a lot of people who are finding ways to make careers out of their arts paths and their studio space, and they're going to have a lot of community programming out of there. It's near the block. It's kind of just set back there. It's at Copeland Street if you just take it across. And I was shocked at what a cool space it was, because it was just off my radar, and I think they're leading like community arts discussions, so it might, and they're fairly new in that site, so it might be a cool time to talk about partnering as well.
Yeah, and I would say, with the Arts Center, they're doing some really interesting program. Many of you have been to the Idea Lounge, of course, their installations that I think are bi-monthly. But they're, doing a lot of fundraising on their own right. So I will have to meet with Lisa to see what opportunities for joint fundraising can occur. But I would approach that with a little bit, low expectation, because I know that they're sort of in the same spot as we are, trying to keep everything going.
Noted. One of the suggestions I had for, making our dollars go further, our staff dollars go further, is by spreading the responsibility as much as we can among city departments. And it's been told to us time and time again that it costs money to review plans, and we have to pay our contract organization to review plans like that. And but I would like to say that I think that public art is a collaborative project in the city. We put it out there, and ultimately, a lot of the city departments are going to be involved in it one way or the other. The planning department, maybe the building department, maybe for historic review, maybe the parks department. So ultimately, they're going to contribute in one way or another. And so my suggestion would be, at the beginning of a project, to formally ask these departments what they can contribute to it. And it could be some staff time of their own. And knowing that ultimately the community is going to benefit from this. And if we get that commitment up front, I think not only will it offset some of the dollars that our staff spends on doing that, but it would also hopefully facilitate the project at a higher level. It would have buy-in from those departments early on. It would make them aware of projects. Because one thing I've noticed is that when our staff liaison tries to reach out and get things done with other departments, sometimes they're just too busy, right, to be responsive. And it's not just with the current staff liaison, but it's with past ones as well. And that's tough for a professional in any role to deal with, and if we can figure out a way of flipping that a little bit and having people be more aware, more responsive because they've made a commitment up front, I think that could go a long way. Or maybe small increments over time could make a meaningful difference.
And I could speak to that I'm finding, like with Fine Balance right now, since pre-construction meeting, like everybody is really on the same page. They're problem solving and trying to help it expedite things very quickly so it doesn't throw off project timelines. So I think it's just like finding who your helpers are and getting an established relationship and creating, I think moving forward, that's just something you guys haven't discussed yet that I think many of you have brought up to me privately, is having a structure to how we approach a piece, like a timeline, we do have deliverables, and that's when artists are paid when they hit certain milestones. But we continuously seem to have these situations that present themselves, and that might just be life. But, we're gracious, but we have to get things done and accomplish them in a way that we can actually estimate staff time and the duration of a project. So I think that's something to have a conversation about as well.
Okay, yeah. So to be clear, my suggestion is to formally approach different people or different departments about make them aware of the project, make them aware of how they ultimately participate, and find out in what way they think they can contribute up front. And and I'm not meaning to denigrate anyone, in any department, like saying that, but it's just like, I think we can operate at a much higher level as a city when we do that. And I'd also suggest that we have, maybe it's over the top, but really have the planning director or the city manager articulate a vision where there is more collaboration and buy-in, participation by collaboration by other departments. So it formally comes not just from you, but from the people who you work with.
Okay, thank you.
We're still on bullet point number 1. Yeah. We're still in this realm, and I have a few more. Go ahead.
I think it would be worth our while to meet with other public art commissions in the area and see how they approach the very same problem. Because I know that a few of them have approached us because they were starting their public art programs. So we should be able to flip around and go to the other more long-running established programs and look at their model.
Great suggestion.
I'd be happy to do that.
Great. Well, I was gonna actually spin it out to all of us, because I was able to see a public art program meet a head of a public art program, and they're based very much on philanthropy, local philanthropy. It's a rich community, and so they have a lot of people interested in this, but it's a thriving public art program because of that. So it's totally unlike ours, but that person who runs that program can have some pretty good insights into how to raise money from the people who have the resources in your own community. But there's so many different variation or sort of across the spectrum of how these public art programs work that we could learn a lot. So I was going to suggest that each of the committee members make a little homework for themselves and just start poking around the United States and find out, like, what are some of the cool public art programs? What are some successful, thriving public art programs? What are some thriving? What are some that are in the news? What are some, and come back and report on that, right? That could be a committee comment, right? It could be something that you share a, one-page summary on with staff, and then you share it with us, and it goes in and it makes, could make a difference.
Thank you. And I am taking note of all the comments, so you can have that compiled and follow up on those.
And on piggyback on that, it might be worthwhile. I don't know how long your tenure, Christopher, has been on this committee. It's probably been the longest, right? But it might be worthwhile to go back and look at previous, committee members prior to your tenure and figure out, did they have ideas for, funding options? There might be some historical knowledge right here in this community that we could tap into.
Gosh, I like that suggestion, because there are a lot of people who really care about this committee who have probably previously done things along those lines, or maybe even subsequently done things along those lines, and they're just too busy to reconnect it with this committee. So maybe you could look at the alumni base of this committee, and we can do outreach to them.
Maybe the way to do that is if you can put together a list of alumni from previous years and then bring it to the next committee, and we can sort of divvy it up, or even do it by email. It might be, for time's sake. And sort of we can all, take somebody part and parcel and do a little research.
Anything additional in the revenue department? Okay. Generating or saving? I'll add one more. And it's really about, this is kind of, I think this is one of the things that's always stuck with me. And I guess it's the highest level of how we operate. We get a project, and we try and figure out how to get a project. We get a project, we go through some sort of a process. We try and manage that project, and we come out the other side with a project that's finished, or we just get stuck in a project that seems to last forever. Okay? And some of those projects we've been, as Melissa's outlined, we've been in a few of those projects which have been pretty rough. And it's most evident in the amount of staff time that it's taken and the amount of questions in the public's mind. Okay? So I think the key to this for me is one of the keys is creating some sort of accountability for all sort of participants in a project. And so I think we have to ask that of ourselves and our project partners. And for me, that starts with the way I start professional projects, which is like just a really intensive scrutinizing of all project components that you can imagine ahead of a project. Okay? So if we commission a project, we're able to, if we commission a sculpture, if we commission another river arch or something like that, well, we need to do the site vetting and stuff like that. We need to think about who that artist is. Has he worked in metal a whole lot before? Right? David Best hadn't, but he'd worked in metal, right? If he hadn't, so what does that really mean? Does he go on to, where's he going to work on it? Where's he going to get the resources for this relatively small commission? And play that out as far as you possibly can. So have a session up front that hopefully is with a subcommittee, right, who's really interested in the project, with staff, and with the artist, and or maybe with sort of internally first, and then with the artist, okay? And go through every last thing you can go through and play out the worst case scenarios and see if we're going to go in that direction, and then figure out how to avoid going in that direction. Okay? And being able to look at that and assign some sort of level of risk to it, I think would sort of move us towards saying, is the artist capable of doing this? Are we capable of supporting this? And realistically, is this going to be one of those projects that, equals the commission in staff time or something? So at least we know it going into it, and hopefully we can account for some of the potential pitfalls before they happen, and shorten the staff time, shorten the course of the project, and deliver projects more expediently to the public. And the last component of that, I think, is once all those things are known, of course, there's always going to be plenty of stuff that comes up, okay? But at least hopefully most of the stuff won't be really giant surprises. But once we have an understanding of that from the outset, let's not make our committee work, our project work, the one exception in the world to having some sort of a project timeline, right? So that's something I don't think we've really done. We haven't asked of the artist to deliver by a certain date, right? And we haven't asked ourselves to manage that. And yes, we can probably figure out reasons why it's easier to not do that. And maybe they're really good reasons that prevent us from doing that. But I think that's sort of one of the keys to accountability, that if someone realizes that they have to deliver on a certain schedule that's mutually agreed on upfront for very specific reasons, I think projects will go much more smoothly.
Agreed. And as a creative professional, I always work with a timeline. It benefits both sides. And I have encountered timeline drift penalty points in my work, in my field. And if after a certain of time beyond the mutual agreed timeline, the timeline lapses, things aren't deliverables, aren't being hit, then there is a financial hit that comes with that final payment. And I would not, I wouldn't like to do that with any artist in particular, but because you're both agreeing on a certain timeline and deliverable list from the get-go, that is not asking too much to include something like that.
I completely agree, but I just want to make sure if we do incorporate something like that in the next project, that it's clear that delays not on part of the artist are not held against them, of course. Right. There's a lot of hoops to jump through with this, as I've seen.
Yeah, so let's play that out a little bit. So totally agree. And we are in this, I think some of my answer to that would be getting commitments from other city departments that, the progress of the artist is contingent on them performing as well. Okay? And so maybe that's something that they can commit to. They can have buy-in on the timeline as well. So those delays are, if the artist is sick, yeah, totally understandable, right? If the artist finds another commission that's more lucrative and starts working on that, that's not acceptable, right? So if everyone else is performing, but I think that's that intensive sort of planning up front tries to compensate for that or allow for that.
Noted. So would you like to move on to the next goal, or is there another topic that somebody would like to bring up?
Yeah, why don't we just say at this point, is anyone, any other suggestions right now? Any other comments you'd like to make that have occurred to you as we've been discussing this? Not necessarily related. You can pick up anywhere.
I do have another recommendation that I hadn't put on here before, but I think I would like maybe an opportunity when we do have funding, maybe once a year, where people can bring up partially completed projects where they have one already to roll out and they're looking for that extra funding to put them in a place where it's done or to find a connection to space. So say they've already self-started a design and have something done. We've never done a grant like that where somebody brought something much like we're looking for, where we have something completed, we just need to get over the edge. I'd like to do those kind of like micro grants to get projects done throughout our community. When we have money again, I think we haven't really thought on, we kind of wanted to go there with our community arts grants, but we took more ideas and like plans instead of things that somebody might have actually like put a considerable amount of work to and just needed. Like what if, we've had people offer us sculptures also, like Larry Jonas, and I don't know, I feel like we're in a position where when we do have time, we could look at like that kind of micro donor plan to help facilitate more art or help to facilitate our arts community. Because I feel a lot of creatives get in a space much like we're at right now, where we just need a little support to get something done. You're just waiting for that opportunity to present itself. And I feel like that's something that we could consider when we're in a position to at least, grow our goals
Yeah, I was thinking it would be great to do something like that and have a rotating space, just find one space, public art space for, say, sculpture or mural, whatever. And a local artist can use that space until either their piece is acquired or their time is up, and then someone else moves in. So it's already pre-made. The space is very turnkey because it's already been established, and so the cost would be staff organization or committee organization and, the repouring of the pad or whatever it is. So there would be cost, but it could be really great and keep a really vibrant scene and the arts happening in town.
And you could look at that much like what we just reviewed at the Deer Creek development with the housing component, where they have the pedestals already in place and it was just kind of plug and play with purchasing art. So something like that, we could have an established way to do an install, and that way if there's somebody who has that capability, could just go and plug it in and do an install on a pad that's already ready. Like has bolt ready pad,
And street art, I think, is a good option for that, because those naturally over time wear out, and they need, like the Black Lives Matter mural, which wasn't ours, but, we were adjacent to.
It was ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then it was fully ours.
Yeah.
But, that kind of thing, rather than seeing something deteriorate, you could have a new person come in and bring their art.
Yeah, so just to put a bow on that suggestion, we were working on such a place, and that was at 330 East D Street, across from the Petaluma Arts Center. And it's been 5 years now since I started that, and I think it's still in a holding pattern. But that's on our project sheet. But that was the notion behind that. But that's a different scale project because it involves different agencies, and square footage is
And
really
we don't
generous.
own it. We don't own the site, so that's the other
Right.
challenge.
That's what I meant by different agencies. It's like, but there might be some public spaces that you guys can look at and say, like, that would be a good temporary rotating art pedestal, right?
I think the fairgrounds will have some opportunity for something like that.
I think that not only will that support the local arts community, but it will strengthen our tie with the community in general. I think the community will have a different, some piece of the community at least will have a different perspective of what we're doing and how we're supporting the community. Not that we're forcing art on people, but rather we're working with local artists who are Petaluma based to, beautify the city in that way.
Agreed. Yeah. So related to this somewhat it was a suggestion that I had based on this one notion that I had for encouraging private developers to put public facing art on their property. Okay? So not necessarily us sanctioning it, not necessarily the thing becoming part of the public art collection, but us encouraging private developers to do that. And I made an effort to do this with a representative of La Via luxury apartments on Petaluma Boulevard North. And it fizzled out for whatever reason. But the notion was, hey, you have big blank walls there, right? And you've got a certain sort of brand identity that's trying to be upscale, and it seems like you have opportunity to express the luxurious, qualities of these apartments on some of these big blank walls. So let's connect you with some muralists and see what you can do. I think they were already working with Amanda Maggs about doing something on the interior, but as I realized, it's like as a committee member, I have zero influence and zero leverage and zero really know-how of how to get something like this done, right?
I mean, I suggest that might be a topic when we revisit the ordinance, because I do think they're residential buildings, so we're limited we don't get in lieu fee on that. We don't have any kind of tie to require that. But I think when we revisit the ordinance, that might be an opportunity to look at those kind of buildings.
Okay. Yeah. So, but just informally now, I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the notion of figuring out ways of matchmaking between artists that exists and want to get their work out there and like candidate spaces around the community that might be interested in that, because it's one of those things I think you never really know who might welcome it in their business.
I mean, I would separate, this is a different topic. It's kind of going a little off topic for funding in our program, but we should compile a list of artists that we view as significant in our area, because I have had like a representative from Mid-Penn who's not doing, they're doing housing component, housing structures, but they asked about muralists because they had remaining budget and they wanted to hire a muralist for their project. I would love to have some good reference material. There is some, but it's not always, it's something that has to remain fresh because new people are born and new people become artists. And I want to make sure we have a real ability to be able to send somebody somewhere. So maybe it's not something that reads as public art that we're creating, but it reads as like a curated collection that we can contribute when somebody needs something done. And I view that's something really relevant to public art that really could cost nothing. It's volunteer time and sharing what you value.
I'm wondering if that could be accomplished just by an application system. If artists can just type in mural application Bay Area, and they'll pop up, and we can just keep a roster of them, and then people looking for murals could use the same resource.
That'd be great to look for something like that, like have a populated form within our.
There was something like that before you got on the committee.
Okay.
So there is a registry or something. Where local artists could register.
I did find a documentation, but some of the artists had passed away. It's well over 10 years old. So I would like to make sure we still have like kind of a growing directory. But that's a way that we can contribute to public art without necessarily staff time and without, there's other ways to contribute to the arts community here.
I think we could draw attention to that sort of application even with a small cost targeted ad campaign to artists around the whole entire Bay Area. That's a pretty easy thing to configure.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? This is very tangentially related, but it's something that came to me by in the course of trying to pursue those separate site improvements for the River Arch site and for the H Street Pocket Park site that we focused the city's attention on those sites with planned public art installation. And then the hope was that the whole site would be improved somehow and we'd make a new place in the town that people would value. That came about. I discussed that with some people, including a few city council members, and the direct suggestion was, why don't you make a request you remember when we commission a project and those funds are spent, we recommend those funds being spent and then city council approves those expenditures. Okay? And so the suggestion was that if we want to do a $50,000 project, and we can foresee related site improvements, okay, that we make a request for those site improvements that don't come from the public art fund, but the city would authorize. Okay? And that doesn't necessarily get us better art, but it might amplify what we do within the community. And it just might make for sort of a better finished product. Okay? And I think it requires some planning on our part. And the way I saw it is like the subcommittee gets together ahead of time and thinks through what those possibilities could be. Maybe there's nothing, okay? But the subcommittee could come back and have a discussion around that. You could even do things like design competitions or something if there's a small structure that needs to be built to where there's, name it.
And I do think we're demonstrating that right now with Kenilworth, that since they did already identify that they wanted to improve a park, we were like, okay, well, when you're doing the grading and doing everything, that's when we'll install our art, because that makes sense. And I think we've also had this priority to improve locations that were deteriorated or underutilized, and that with that comes a cost. It's oftentimes public's not going to have outrage because they don't clearly value the site to the same degree they do other more beautiful sites. But it comes at a cost where we're investing, but unless we have community partners, it's like a half investment. I mean, I still view the River Park. I mean, I don't know if you've been, not the River Arch, if you've been there recently, somebody's been cleaning up the site a lot and they'd placed some of the fragments. I don't know how. It's obviously a sign that we have to focus on getting those installed before somebody gets hurt moving them. But it looks pretty nice, and I feel like the River Arch really inspired people to take that. It's clean. Somebody's picking up the garbage. Like I'm really impressed with just the investment there, the impact it had on the surrounding community to value the park more. It does have some graffiti on it, but it's easy to clean up, and it's not like destroying the River Arch. I feel like that really demonstrated that like a deteriorated site could so benefit from something like that without us. Even despite us still wanting to do improvements there, it's looking pretty great compared to before.
Didn't we okay the funds to pour those fragments, like for the pads and to place those fragments?
Yes, but we're not spending them right now. We didn't formalize that. We only formalized the $1,200 to get the other bench because we needed to get a bid that said what those costs were. So we discussed that we'd like to do that, but until we have a committed bid, we can't move forward. Until we have the funds, we can't. So right now, that bench fragments at Van Bieber, and then the other two fragments we did not commission, but they just nicely appeared there as the arch was installed. We do have to deal with it. And so if anybody would like to provide a bid for concrete installation, that'd be lovely. And hopefully we'd get a great deal on it and we could move forward. But Chris has built quite a network of people who, like, Relief is wanting to do plantings on the trail. Like, there's a strong desire to make connectivity with that site. But getting back on topic, it's all on topic because we're talking about how do we pool with partners and how do we move forward with creative problem solving, because that's what we've got until some revenue presents itself. But I don't think we're in a bad position because we've teed up so many projects that there's not going to feel like a lapse in ability for a minute. We have several projects. It might get us to where we could very realistically be installing 3 to 4 pieces this year through public art. And that's a get compared to a lot of years of this committee. So I feel like we have to really acknowledge that, like, we're not having a lapse in art. And by that time, we probably will receive some funds. So having also project opportunities, that's why the title we chose was opportunities, is that when you tighten your belt, you get a little more creative. You just do by virtue of the situation you're in. So I would encourage, if there's other ideas that you have, if the wells run dry, that we move on to the next topic, or if you have other things, I will compile this list and share it with the group so that we can stay on task. I'll pair like ideas together so that we can have that.
All right. So last suggestion in the revenue department, and that's oversight. We have something, the Petaluma Community Sports Fields, which has come up since I've been on the committee every year. It's a long-running project. But my specific finding in researching that 5 or 6 years ago was that it pays into the public art fund, right? The 1% from that, which seems kind of crazy, right? When they are struggling to get the thing done and could use every dollar. But clarification on that, not just that specific project, but any civic project that's supposed to be paying into the public art fund, at least knowing whether that's happened or not would be helpful, because I don't recall seeing one that ever has, but probably tough memory there.
In the fund documents, like when you look at the ordinance and the master plan, it does say that is aside from like public utilities projects and renovations related to like seismic retrofitting. So if you want to dive into the actual ordinance, like you can see that.
Yeah, I've read that ordinance,
yeah.
But I think it's a matter of doing the research on the projects that have happened, and then the. Had something related to that, and I've lost it. So,
if you think of it later and you can send me an email, I'm happy to contribute it to this list.
The related piece was former committee members have brought up things that even happened before I got on that committee about questioning whether some project had paid into the public art fund or not. So you might go into the deep archives to find out whether everyone's square at this point.
And we have done research into some of them that have been brought up in the past, especially by you with the Hansel auto improvements, and those projects are settled. Like the papers, once the papers are signed off, it's kind of something that we don't have access to anymore. And so moving forward, that's something I'm trying to meet now with potential developers. Once it looks like a project's moving forward, I want to have an immediate conversation with what our expectations are. And I am following up with other partners who have opted to do the art on their own site to make sure that we are getting art for that money. And we're working on that. But I think a big part of moving forward on projects is stiffening how we expect monies to be spent and how they should be used within our community and how access should be available to the artworks in perpetuity, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's just a big problem in Petaluma with developers and letting them get off the hook with things that are promised. So like the community sports field was promised by developers in like the 90s that developed all those houses by Prince. So it's just like, once everything's all signed off, you can't do anything. So it's just making sure, I guess, that we're staying on top of all these contracts that are coming in.
Yeah. And I don't think it's a bad idea to just be strong in what our expectations are from the very beginning. And I think the way at least the component of doing your own public art is not, we kind of have this option. And if everybody chooses to do their own art, which the last couple of revenue streams have chosen, we would have had more money to do these arts. So we need to specify when somebody is doing that we see a result for it and that we're not expected to project manage any component of that. And maybe out of that also funds the expense for the staff presenting the meeting or something like that.
We should see a budget of their proposal prior. We should also ask for a budget of any proposals that people are doing on their own properties prior to sign off.
Melissa, I think it's a great suggestion. Great series of suggestions there.
Just stimulating the conversation, my thoughts. But are there any other ideas at this time?
Well, I don't have any other suggestions, probably thankfully.
I would like to eat at some.
Well, I got to say that this is probably the most important discussion that I've ever had on this committee because it actually affects the well-being and the future of the committee more than far beyond any other discussion we've had. So a few more things we probably want to cover here. I think we've got the bulk of it in my mind. At least that my suggestions were around the revenue component. But I'd encourage you all to keep thinking on this as you go home and make some notes. And if you have further suggestions, they're most welcome. So the next bit here was really about how to basically economize our time. And it's like delay projects that are not under contract or like not have as many meetings. Do you think, do you have any thoughts around that? Around us meeting less? You think that's going to save us time or save us staff time?
It saves staff time, but some things are beyond our control, like we're reviewing the general plan, arts, culture, and creativity framework at our next meeting. That's mainly going to be a presentation by them that will take up the whole meeting and a conversation. So some things you can accomplish as a subcommittee. I welcome that I don't get a lot of emails in between the month, but I'm totally accessible. If you guys want to, I've got office hours I'm offering now from Monday from 4 to 5 that you just reach out and let me know if you want to talk about something. I want to be accessible so that whatever you've informed me of is reflected in our agenda. But I do think, like, out of necessity, we will have to tighten our belts. And also, I would point out that in the past, when I've looked at what meetings have been canceled, a lot of times it's everybody's gone in the summer. And so by virtue of where we're at, sometimes that happens. But I want to make sure that we don't leave anything hanging.
Committee thoughts?
Meetings in the summer are always bad for everybody.
Yeah. But we will have a couple of projects rolling out in the summer, realistically, which is Fine Balance and Woven Stories. But I feel like that could be handled. We're handing off the ribbon cutting on Woven Stories. You know, we're with Fine Balance, if there is an event, we're actually going to try to coordinate with the arts community in that neighborhood. I presented a thought that maybe there could be open studios the same day so that people could come and see the piece and then see all the arts at Watershed, at Slough City, the artists that are operating and the people who show art, like Hedge Realty, in the Foundry Wharf building, so that maybe that event actually demonstrates a creative community there. And that takes the pressure off of us to put a singular event. We actually put our efforts towards communicating that a neighborhood event with this feature is taking place. And I would love to have, if somebody from the committee would like to speak to the piece, I would appreciate that introduction, like we did with the River Arch and the Making Progress murals. Yeah.
So we were talking about limiting future meetings for the sake of saving money. That seems unwise to me, right? I think we naturally cancel meetings when we need to, when we know that there's not going to be a quorum, they're canceled, or we know that there's no business, or we know there's a substantial delay in a project and you can't really, there's nothing to really report on. So we do that. I think if we come prepared to contribute as a committee, full committee, I think we can get a lot done during a meeting, and particularly relative to the relatively minor staff hours that go into that. I shouldn't say relatively minor, because the more stuff on the agenda, the more staff has to prepare for that meeting.
Or the type of stuff, like
Right.
This presentation that I'd created for this was pretty laborious. And so it depends what we're doing. But it's valuable and informative, and we have to have a conversation like this to be able to move forward as a
Right.
successful
So, but we're talking about canceling meetings. Anyone in favor of trying to economize even more? And
I personally think once a month is not unreasonable of an ask, and I think it's important that we all come together as a whole, because we're not in violation of Brown Act, and it's the only time we get to come together as a whole unit. And I think the subcommittees can do a lot more of the, like we've talked about, micro meetings and get-togethers, or however they take shape. But the knowledge share has to happen via email and via in person to person among the people in the subcommittees.
okay, see nods of approval there. Yeah, I endorse that opinion as well.
Maybe we can just look at summertime, though, as maybe just one in June, July, or one July, August, or something like that. I mean, I agree doing one a month is good, but maybe there's a couple of times to consolidate.
And if we naturally don't have quorum, that will dictate that.
Yeah, I think other committees usually tend to take August off. I think Parks and Rec takes August off from their meeting, just knowing that people are going to be out of town and giving people a little break. So.
Maybe a solution to this is to really forecast several months down the road to see what those agenda items could be, see what the projects are that are going to require, or the prospective projects that require committee time, and we'll forecast that way and see if we can maybe bunch up some projects into 1 month. But at this point, I wouldn't expect, I think we naturally have a cancellation maybe once a year, and then we consolidate
end of year.
November and December. So we end up with 10 meetings a year for a committee's business, and that's, seems reasonable. And to go to 9 or something like that, you may not lose much, but I don't know how much you save ultimately.
Well, one recommendation I would add to that is if you know that you're going to be missing a meeting, we're always like third or fourth Thursday of the month, that if you know you have travel plans, let us know in advance. Because getting a quorum a couple weeks before, I've been trying to ask a few meetings in advance so we can make sure as we schedule out with partners who will be presenting that we have it together. But if you could prioritize to the best of your ability, things come up, you know, what you're going to be doing the fourth Thursday of the month, and we can kind of plan our calendars accordingly.
Okay, as you look down the rest of this list, do you all have any further thoughts you'd like to add? Understanding that we've touched on a few of these pretty substantially. Well, we didn't open this for public comment. So we've asked our clarifying questions now. And so we'll open it to general or to public comment. Did you receive any comments before the meeting?
We received no public comments prior to this meeting.
Okay, great. So we'll consider our inquiries, our questions, the discussion for tonight. And with that, unless we have more comments, we'll close this item out. Okay. And we'll move on to agenda item 3, okay, which is committee comment. And you'll hear from me just a little bit more here. Thanks for your patience. But this is going to be another question to you all. What I've suggested the last couple of meetings is that we move committee comment from to a two-part deal where committee members come back to the committee with their take from the outside world, how their lives or what they've seen can inform the committee and spur discussion or just turn people on to something else. Committee member Meringue came in and shared what he saw at Burning Man. Okay? That is a form of committee comment. Okay? And I think others have come and shared what they've seen. You can also comment on what liaisons from Recreation, Music, and Parks or from the Petaluma Arts Center have learned from their organizations. Okay? But that's the first component. The second component is subcommittee reports. And the question to you guys is how, well, the situation right now, I think, is as these agendas are set up, we touch on a project twice, right? Potentially. We touch on it in committee comment, if an ad hoc subcommittee reports on their work, and then we come back to it during staff comment, okay? So I'd like to make that a little more efficient and touch on it once, okay? So maybe we even take that subcommittee reports out of committee comment and just make the committee comment your personal feedback, okay, what you're bringing to the committee from the last month, and then take the ad hoc subcommittee reports and combine it with, make it just make it project reports or something along those lines.
Well, Chris, we typically allow the subcommittees to report, and I will only add on information that's out beyond what the subcommittee's report is. So typically I'm just adding on any kind of action that's taken place outside of subcommittee from staff and the applicant or the artist.
Okay. So we could keep it then as is, where the subcommittees are reporting what they've learned, and then wait till the next agenda item for staff to fill that out. Does that sound reasonable? Yeah. One of my underlying suggestions here, which I alluded to last month, was that we have more active subcommittees, right? And to do that, I think the subcommittees have to be super informed about what's going on with a particular project. So a suggestion was going to be to make the subcommittee make staff inform subcommittees of what has actually happened during a project. The subcommittees talk amongst themselves during the course of that month and see what kind of traction they can get to help staff. Okay? And therefore, they all come to the meeting pretty well informed of what's going on. And it's, I don't know how you break it down, though, in terms of who reports what. So, Melissa, would you have a suggestion on that?
During the month, as things come up, I do share with subcommittee members photos or updates as they present themselves. I try to, some projects, nothing's happening. Other ones, it's the subcommittee. I also appreciate when they check in with me and remind me, because it's sometimes hard to, get everything done in a day. But I'm very grateful to share photos and images or let you know updates of what I've heard from an artist or committee member. So, to the best of my ability, without violating Brown Act, I share information to the subcommittee specifically, not beyond to other members outside of that. So usually they're as up to date as I am on a project at this point. That's been my approach.
Okay. Well, with that then, with that long intro, let's go through committee comment, starting down with committee member.
And I could share a document that has the most updated subcommittees, so we could go down. It was part of the packet. If you'd like to see, it's just a spreadsheet.
Well, I think everyone's done their reports, or, subcommittees should know what's going on according to what we said last month and what you've just reported. So if you're on a subcommittee and you have something to report, then let's do that. But
do you want to use Ginny is the first one with asphalt art, so if you want to go down that way.
I do not have any comments.
Okay. Committee member Meringue?
No comment.
Committee member Cold Iron?
No additional comments at this time, just to ask questions about woven stories when it comes up in the staff comments.
Vice Chair Diggs?
I have really enjoyed your looping me into all of this stuff with Fine Balance. It's been great to onboard me through your emails and share outs. And same with McChesney collection. I did do some reconnaissance yesterday. I walked around and took photos, met some interesting people out at Lucchese. I do think the fairground has a lot of really good spots too. We were supposed to meet to look at potential sites to move the sculptures to, because the vermiculite concrete mix has a certain fragile nature. And when we met with the Spring Maxfield, she, who was a conservationist before, suggested that we kind of protect the sculptures as much as we can. And we had originally planned to put them in open spaces and parks and fields and whatnot, even under trees. But if we can somehow shelter them, they will probably enjoy a longer lifespan. So our committee is looking at new spaces, and I'll be sharing that with you guys this week, what I found.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee member Rizzo Simons?
I have no report, no subcommittee lists.
Do you have any report outs from Parks Department, from any recent meetings or communications?
Well, Arts was at the last meeting. I don't know. I think I voiced my opinions at that meeting, but it's just another one of those things that it's like, it's great, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, but like, what's the time frame? And if the time frame realistically is 5 years from now, then we should like triple our budget with like just the cost of everything going up crazily. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's a wonderful project. I think the city needs to be really transparent with the public about what it is and how it's happening, because right now they're presenting this idea like it's happening, right? And we don't have funding for that. So that's where my concerns are with that project, and maybe they're misguided concerns, but I have yet to like be surprised by the city of taking initiative. And like, it's been 4 years that they said they're gonna fix McNair Park, and it looks worse than it's ever looked, the baseball field and the softball field. So, and that's a very minor minor project. So in comparison to Kenilworth. So that's where I'm at. I'm just feeling frustrated and feeling like maybe my time is done with committees and the work on them. So yeah, that's where I'm at with the city of Petaluma. What's new?
Thank you for reporting out, Hannah.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah, thanks for letting us know what's new in your world and what's old. All right, so let's see. I think since our last meeting, we went to that joint meeting of Recreation, Music, and Parks, and it's been referenced a few times. And what I took away from that were that I think we have to remember that process of selecting the artist that was going to pair up that. I think there was a proponent of that, and that was Chair Abercrombie, a proponent of the artist who was eventually selected, and she championed that, which I thought was great, and it's turned out really well. So I think we ought to give her a pat on the back for that. And I say it turned out well because the person who, the MIG who's had to work with him says he's been fabulous to work with. Okay? So great job there, and I think the whole committee can feel pretty good about that. To Hannah's point, the project is 2 years away anyway. Like fiscal year 2026 is what we were told, which I think that should make us feel kind of good or rest easy in that the draw from the Public Art Fund is a few years away now. But that also means that the artist was cooling his heels for a while, or so my understanding would be. But staff could probably speak to that at some point. And then a couple other things. The placemaking email that you all received from local historian Catherine Reinhardt. That's going to be on May 15th at the Hampton Inn, and I'd encourage everyone to go because it's going to be fascinating, first of all, and we are kind of about placemaking. Some of us got on the committee because of sort of the notion of placemaking, and so that could help inform some of your committee work. And then there's one other thing. I'd encourage everyone who feels as though they know people who would have an interest and find fulfillment in this type of work, not work, volunteerism, to apply to be committee members, because that's coming up soon. And the richer the field of candidates, the stronger this committee is going to be. We want to find people who will help raise our game with us. And that's all for committee comment.
Thank you, team. I appreciate it.
All right. And with that, we'll close it out and move on to staff comment.
Thank you, Christopher. I'll begin the conversation with fine balance. You can hear me okay. We've had commitment from Rebuilding Together to do site cleanup following installation. We are applying for a trash receptacle from Parks so that we can have a trash option there. I don't know if you've been there recently, but it's constantly coated in trash, and there's a local fisherman who's there multiple days a week, and he hauls away bags of trash every week and takes it upon himself. So I feel like that's got to be part of our project, to have just basic needs covered for that site. I've continued to meet with community partners who might want to be involved in site cleanup, trenching, and solar support. We had our pre-construction meeting earlier this month at the Design Review Committee meeting. That was at the end of March now. We're looking to schedule install date, hopefully June, July. It just depends on how everything goes moving forward. Most outstanding project needs have been addressed now. We have parking that will be marked off during construction, 50 feet on each side. We have soils removal handled. We have the option of potentially decomposed granite and oyster shell for the site covered by the Parks Department. We are preparing communications information about the project. So I've done some video recording of the artist himself when the subcommittee visited his studio. I have some photography, and we are getting some communications together about the project so the public will have firsthand honest information about where we are in the project. Many of you have probably seen updates about the project from Brian Goggins' social media networks, and then also there was a story in the Argus Courier. It's elicited a strong response online, but we have yet to receive a single comment to the city. I wanted to that end let you all know that somebody had contacted the artist about potential vandalism, and there had been a lot of really lacking decorum comments online in regards to the Public Art Committee, and I don't want you to feel threatened. I've been in contact with our new police chief and lieutenant, and we will have a plan of action to survey the site. And please communicate to me if you've seen anything. Take a photo and send it to me for submission. Any threats of vandalism or threats to yourself that you're uncomfortable with. There's a lot of volunteer hours and humanity to this project, and I would expect that the public would behave with decorum and respect to a project that so many people have invested in. And with that, we'll move on to the next item. Woven Stories. The engineer has been hired. Rudy Calderon had lost his first engineer because he had other commitments. So we had to approve some funding, which he's received. It was funding as part of his contract, but it was what he was going to pay the engineer out of. So he's received those funds as of March 1st. The new engineer has been hired. They're currently working on the wet stat plans. They're waiting for it to be approved through planning once they submit them. They're said that they would submit them at the end of this week. I have not heard anything yet, so my expectation is that that will be coming any minute, which would be wonderful because we can move forward. I've been in contact with Lisa Davis, the construction manager for Petaluma City Schools, and we're coordinating the concrete pad construction. Once Rudy's plans are approved, there's a 21-day period of curing the concrete, so it's prepared for install of the sculpture. Rudy would then bring the complete sculpture in, and they would install it directly to the pad. We also spoke about school staff generating their own ribbon cutting event and celebration in coordination with the install. I received very positive feedback from the school and community, and there's a lot of excitement and anticipation for the project. So that was really feel-good conversations. Yes, Christopher?
Yeah, so what's the timing on that?
Expectation is this summer. There's a priority to do the pad when school's not in session because it's 21 days of curing and they prefer it's not vandalized or signed off by somebody not the artist. And so that'll take place. The expectation is hopefully that it would be completed when school starts so that school can resume and start with a fresh piece. But really that's going to be dependent on the school district and the artist and us. We'll coordinate, but it's really up to their timelines.
So late summer.
That's the expectation. But the pad will have to be poured likely about a month in advance of school starting. So when you're talking about the pad, that's probably July. And that depends on how fast it moves through planning. My expectation is that it'll move very quickly. But it's just been coordinating with the district, and since we have a community partner there, we have, it's a little different. And much like how now we're partnering with Parks on Kenilworth, it's just a different layer. It's awesome because we have so much buy-in from the community and we can gear the project specifically towards that community, but it just takes another layer of communication. Are there any other questions about Woven Stories? Okay, we are not doing a small artwork commission at this time. It's on hold pending funding. Kenilworth Playground, we've had overwhelmingly positive support from last week's meeting. Everybody's very excited. The project completion date is 2026. Oleg has been incredible at delivering his deliverables on time. He presented 2 different ideas of sculptures configurations. He kept them both within the budget of $150,000, which was our original goal when we anticipated funds coming in. And I am wowed by what we would get for that money. I mean, really, I feel like the pieces are very interactive. And while they may be white right now, I feel like they're so organic and wild that when I sat with his model pieces at the Kenilworth Outreach event in February, everybody was like, all the kids could not wait to climb them, jump off of them, do everything. That it was like, it's just going to be us operating in such a different language than we have in the past, that it's the first time we're saying, like, interact with this, like, go for it, do what don't vandalize it, but like, interact with it in a way that you feel inspired. And I'm really excited for that. And so he proposed 2 different opportunities. Ultimately, when we come to that point in this, we will present them and discuss them as a public art committee. But for right now, it was 4 of the largest pieces that the public responded to. The public response I had communicated to you in the past, but for new members, they were given like a dot system of highest priority and less priority, and they had 3 dots that they could place. And so you could really see in the photos that are available on the website, and like I've shared them with you in the past, but you can see that there's definitely ones that people gravitated to. It was anything that was tall, anything that looked like a climbing wall, there was one that almost resembles a skull, but it's not. It's got all these openings that are wheelchair accessible per the recommendations of the committee. I'm really excited for when that can happen. And I don't think that that's a hard get at that price range. I think like that's it installed. He has said that's what the price is going to be. So I'm feeling really, really happy that we contracted with this artist and that he has just hit the mark every way. We're ready to pay him his 2nd and 3rd installment because he's pretty much fulfilled his commitments aside from contributing to future meetings. And so I'm really happy with the direction we took on that and the quality of the craftsmanship and participation.
A couple of things. I did ask a clarifying question of the representative from MIG, and he presented 2 options. One was 5 pieces, one was 6 pieces. This is the 5-piece option that they presented and are going to be presenting to council. And
I believe their models were slightly different. He presented the 2 at 150. I think they chose ones that might work better with their site plan, and really that's still up
It's
for
only a
grabs.
30% plan, right? Their site plan's only a 30%
Yeah.
plan, so.
So right now we don't know exactly because it really is going to depend on funding, because sometimes play structures could come at a much higher cost than what we're looking at that he created. So it depends what direction ultimately the budget dictates. And I think, and if a grant like this comes through that we're currently applying for, it'd be a great opportunity because you can ask, it's a grant for anything over $15,000 and tell what your total budget is that you need. So that's the kind of grant we need to identify. That's like, they want art in a park, in a local park that's supported by a nonprofit in the grant application. So we're in a good place.
yeah, so I was just clarifying that based on what we learned at the meeting. The other thing is, as awesome as I understand Oleg has been to work with, and your confidence in the project going forward, a lot could happen between now and then. And I would say that sort of intensive planning at the beginning of the fabrication process, whatever that professional services agreement that he enters into with the city is, that needs to take place with him just as it would with any other artist.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we only hired him to do the design phase. That's the only contracted work we've had with him for $30,000. And I feel for that investment, we've front-loaded the project. We're good to go for grant applications, and we're good to go for design inspiration with our partners.
Yes, I'm sort of noting specifically about artist performance and about holding people accountable and making sure a project runs smoothly over the course of the project. He's demonstrated he can do that in this phase to a really high level, which is great. Okay, 2 years from now, it could be a different story. So.
Definitely. And at that time, we'll create a contract that reflects that. At least that's my hope. With that, we will move on to the next item unless there's any questions. Mary Fuller McChesney Estate, as Ann said, we visited the site. We are seeking a bid from Spring Maxfield for move and storage, but we need to have a little bit of a conversation, as Anne alluded to, about the vermiculite. Spring suggested that some of the more delicate pieces we revisit, asking Dennis if we could trade them for other things that are more successful right now. When we visited the Astra Hotel, the owl bench had been damaged slightly. It wasn't damaged beyond what the photos that we first took were, but we're finding that some rubbing, if people sit on them from their feet, takes the vermiculite down. And so the realization is that that would have to be displayed in a way that people would not damage it. I mean, the reality with these pieces is they've been outdoors for years. They've been in exposure. They survived. But it's a different level of impact when you're putting it in a park. And so we have to really account for that. And the option would be that she recommended was to trade it, potentially look at trading that. And she thought Dennis would be open to that, trading for like an additional bronze or a more solid piece. And I do think that I would ask the subcommittee to look into that and investigate it. And I can help facilitate that. But I do think it's a hard thing to learn. But at this point, the materials, some of them do seem to be deteriorating. And it's like, okay, they're not in awful shape. We could live with that, much like the pieces at the mountain. But I do think that it's worth thinking about and reflecting on. Is there a comment about that? Because this would be our opportunity outside of the subcommittee to provide feedback on that.
I just have a comment about possibly placing them at the fairground. It sounds like the city is planning on doing a big master plan for the fairground. So do we know what the fairground just seems kind of up in the air right now, city?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I'm not aware of what the plan is just yet for how they're going to approach the master plan.
No, I know. I'm just saying, if we look there for a space to hold the art, like that space might not be there. You know, it's like we don't really know no one really knows what's going on with the fairgrounds. So that's my only comment on that.
I do think, like Anne said, we should look around for eaves. Spaces that the city owns. Like we're in a building right now that's coated in 6-foot eaves, like width that's mid-century. So I feel like there's opportunity around our community that reflects the era of the art.
I was on all that time. Sorry about that. At the fairgrounds, there are two buildings that are really interesting architecturally and in fairly good shape. One is Herzog Hall, and one I don't know the name of, but it's a little farther in. Most of the buildings are the large, exhibition halls, which are in questionable state of repair, but none of them interested me because nothing had an eave. But those two buildings that I mentioned and didn't mention, I would think would be unlikely to be raised or anything, just because I would hope that the city would want to maintain the architectural integrity of those spaces. So if there is anyone that I could speak with in planning or whomever, if I can get in touch with them, the subcommittee, I think it would be great to share knowledge.
I think our best approach might be to compile a list of potential locations, much like David was, and then submit them to the responsible parties. I think at this point it'd be Drew Halter for the fairgrounds, might be the one to submit them to. For City Hall, I would recommend that we send it to Brian O. and Peggy, because they did just do some improvements, asbestos removal and improvements to certain areas. And we have these great eaves, and the cinder block wall that's out front is a very similar motif to a lot of Mary's pieces. It's got that 60s vibe. And I think that we could find opportunities. And we also have the pieces that are going to the library. The senior center, the piece that we suggested that they didn't want, we could ask if they'd rather have one installed inside or in their garden, which has a lot of coverings. So it's just pushing the conversations a little more. And some of our pieces can still very well live outside. They definitely can. But when Anne and I actually interacted with the pieces and touched them, we're going to have to install them right so that if the public interacts with them, they don't destabilize it. We're really going to have to.
Yeah, I think the bench is a problem because it invites people to sit on and interact with it. The other sculptures are mostly you're looking at them. You're not saying, come, jump on me. So I think the bench, definitely, we should talk
piece
to
with
Dennis
delay.
about trading out. And the other things, I think they're fine. And these sculptures have lived outside, so there will always be moisture and, temperature and, plant life and animal life around the sculptures. It's part of the beauty of the aging of them and the connection to the earth. So I don't think we want to really, I'd like to see some stay outside.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, thank you for your input on this.
Are there any additional comments on that item? Okay, there are no updates on the traffic calming art projects. Actually, there is one. The neighborhood is pursuing a painted crosswalk at Sonoma and Webster, and they're looking into that right now. A lot of community contributors are thinking that's a good site for it. They're just exploring materials. I've sent on projects or recommendations to them, and that was a site that I recommended to them. Yeah, it crosses at where the baseball fields are, where the junior high is, where the Spring Hill. Like, it's literally 6 schools have pedestrian traffic through there, so it's a really great opportunity to take one that's off the major thoroughfare, but it's still really valuable.
I haven't taken time out to contact Public Works or planning, whoever's overseeing that, Bjorn. But based on a project I did a few years ago, I found out that street was on the list of streets to be resurfaced. Which means tearing up the entire street and laying down new pavement. And the only reason that it's kept from that, when I was told, is because they're going to do underground utility work first, and they have to draw that up. So I'm wondering if the group that's discussing this asphalt art is aware of that. So it might be something to ask about.
With them. I'm not attending every meeting. I've attended 2 meetings and kind of limited staff time to it. So I respond to their emails and I send suggestions that way. And Bjorn does as well. Bjorn has put priority on the 3 roundabouts that are installed. I don't know all the locations, but one of them is right here at Bassett. And he would like to have those painted to be colorful in the center. But the neighbors and contributors from the community would really like to have a higher impact location for a painted crosswalk. And so they've talked about testing out before road improvements to see how it functions and if people respond to it, and then they could do a much more involved one later. Because depending on the materials of the paint, some of the paint will be gone within a certain amount of time. So it's just a test case scenario, potentially. Bjorn has said he would advise, but they would apply for permits and do this on their own because it requires a different level of engagement from staff for us to take on the project. And he believes that he can move through with the 3 roundabouts and get those started so we can at least have a beginning to what this could look like for our community. And so I do not know which artist he's going to use or how that's going to play out, but he has asked if we could provide input. And I would think that would be a list of artists that we like in the community, and we hand that off to him. Like, I think that's a way we could be useful without, if you want, if you guys have another idea, I'd welcome it.
I think that sounds great, but I wanted to add, I attended a meeting, a city council meeting, I guess 2 weeks ago, about 5th Street and D Street, and major plans are afoot for those 2 streets, 5th Street to create a whole greenway, and D Street will see a lot of changes in terms of speed reduction and traffic calming. So those are 2 areas that down the road we could be tapped to help with that. So whatever we learn from these 3 could potentially be applied to those places as well.
Yeah, as I recall, I think when Bjorn first came to this committee, the 5th Street Greenway was something that they had envisioned sort of doing the whole length of, something to that effect. So maybe they moved on from that, but I think it's a good comment. Committee member Bellway is subcommittee for this. Okay? So there are some meetings out there, so maybe she can glean something from some of these meetings that happen. I can't remember how frequently.
I can make sure that you get added to the email list for the facilitator, and then we can move forward from there. It's quite a group of different people who meet, different groups that meet at Workspace, and the meetings have been like weekly and biweekly, and it's just not something I can facilitate at this time. But I haven't heard more about the 5th Street Greenbelt. I was there for that presentation. I hope it happens, but right now we're shooting for some pilots, so test it out, see if the neighbors can apply for permits, and we'll see what happens. Well, we need to start somewhere. Yeah.
Well, I think 5th Street and D Street are both proposed pilot programs that they'll stick in there. But no, D Street's going to be a while because I think they're doing sewer lines and then repaving all of D Street. So I think they're doing the pilot before they start that work, just to see, was my interpretation of what was said in the meeting. So.
And with that, I've already mentioned the Keller Street parking garage. And that is our last item for update. The other information I'd like to provide you is that it's National Historic Month starting May 1st, and there's going to be several events. They're all up on the city's webpage for historic preservation or in the museums page. And there's some really interesting opportunities. So if that interests you, there's some crossover with art and creating reverence and honor to our history. So I'm definitely going to check out a couple of events, and I encourage the public to look at that. Are there any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, before we wrap, could you tell the committee once again what we're going to be focusing on next month at next month's meeting?
Yes. Next month's meeting will be around the general plan. We're going to have the general plan group come and present the framework on arts, culture, and creativity. I've provided everybody a link to all the frameworks and to that framework in particular. You've been provided a guiding document to compile your notes. You don't have to send them on to us. If you want, I can forward notes to them, and they can have it in writing also. So that is a preference if you'd like to take that. But I'd like you to come to the meeting prepared for that conversation. I'll be providing introductions. They're putting it together. If you're curious to learn more about that in advance, there's a General Plan Festival May 11th at the fairgrounds from 9 to 2. That is going to have a focus where you could go and see all the frameworks, and there will be Ramey, who helped create the frameworks with the General Plan team, will be there to have advisors talk to you about the frameworks. There will be free tacos for people who come and visit. There's a play area for kids that's provided by Kate Greenspan. Her group is Art Play Petaluma, that's often at the Grand Central Cafe. And so she'll be there with that. And then there will be another photo project that I'm working on with Michael Garlington, where we'll be shooting some photos that day. It's going to be a piece that is a community improvement project. And I'm happy to fill you guys in on it as it starts evolving. But it's a project that I had mentioned to the city manager I thought was of value, and Michael's applied for multiple commissions to our committee. He's a photographer in town, and we're going to document some of the history of the fairgrounds and the users, all different types of users, and we're going to print a giant mural to be installed on the back of the grandstands at the Speedway. We're working with Rick Faith of the Speedway for their involvement. We have many members of the community from the fair's history that would like to be involved. And so I'm really excited to move this forward and create something that's an honor to the fairgrounds and to the history there and the community that has contributed to it. So yeah, that's another thing that's going on that day. So, and there's also the Transhumans Festival is having sheep move 200 sheep from the fairgrounds to the livery stable out at Steamer Landing that morning. So if you want to be at the fairgrounds at 9, there will be free coffee, and you could come and watch all the sheep walk up D Street. It's really fun if you haven't seen it before. They used to walk down D Street. So this is a little shorter walk, but it'll still be really, really adorable and very specific to Petaluma.
Did everyone catch that date?
Everything's happening May 11th. Yeah. And there's also a judo exhibition at Herzog Hall during all of these events as well. So you could go and get a 4-for-1, 5-for-1. It just keeps multiplying. So please think of stopping by the fairgrounds on the 11th. Any additional questions?
Is that the end of staff comment?
That is the finale. Thank you.
Okay, great. Then we're right at the end of our meeting. I'd like to thank you all for your contributions tonight and look forward to sort of growing the effectiveness of this committee and the sort of our reach as we go forward. So appreciate you all. And with that, we're going to consider the meeting adjourned at 8:14.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.